When you arrive here, you realize there is life. Yes, bubbly life. Yes, you arrive here and it dawns on you why God says, "Let the little children come to me," profoundly revealing his affection for children. There is joy here. There is life. These little ones are at home. In the midst of it all, there is much love. Yes, 26 years of giving new life.
New Life was founded out of the last pandemic, global pandemic.
Fertility-Kenya, who are our host today. Fertility-Kenya is a medical and health NGO registered in 2015 to address the plight of women and men affected by infertility. The organization implements awareness activities that give hope and provide a chance of parenthood to all affected by infertility. Fertility-Kenya was established to give a shoulder to lean on to everyone that is affected by infertility in Kenya and beyond. Today is not just a random day. Today is the 2nd of November, and who knows what today is internationally. Yes, thank you. Somebody said it there. Today is World Fertility Day. World Fertility Day was launched on November 2nd, 2018 in the US as an annual awareness day to be celebrated by individuals and organizations around the world. This year, for the first time ever in Kenya, and perhaps arguably this side of the Sahara, we are celebrating World Fertility Day for the first time in Kenya. Makofi to Fertility-Kenya. Yes, that's indeed a first for us, and we are delighted. We commenced the day by having a walk from the CBD, and we walked with great celebration and felicitation all the way with a police escort all the way till here. And we're here for the second half of the event, where we shall be discussing and deliberating matters fertility. The purpose of our gathering today is threefold. First of all, to raise awareness and decrease ignorance that surrounds the subject of infertility. Secondly, to completely eradicate the stigma, biases, and judgment associated with infertility in society. And finally, to be a voice to the voiceless. Our theme today is #SupportInfertility, and you could also say #SupportFertility. If you're tweeting, please use that hashtag. That's #SupportInfertility, and feel free to tag the Facebook and Instagram page of Fertility-Kenya, which is just Fertility-Kenya. So if you take a selfie or a photo, please tag us, and let's make sure the conversation is going on. For housekeeping, before I invite our host to welcome us, for housekeeping, in case you need to use the washrooms, you will get out those two doors, and once you're out, extreme left and extreme right, you have ladies and gents on either side. For your own safety, please observe the COVID-19 protocols. If you can, keep your mask on. There's a sanitizer on every table. Please make sure you use it, and ensure that safety begins with yourself. In the unlikely event of an emergency, we will use the doors that have a green label on the top. We will exit that way, and from there we will be guided to the safety areas. But we are praying that no emergency happens. I noticed that we had, where is Ken? Kenna, come here and help me with something. There's some people that we walked with, let me not say we walked with, but Ken walked with these people from town, and some people just joined us. So I want us to rise up for a minute, and let's have an energizer. Let's have something that makes sure that our blood is moving through our system, and we are ready to get into matters. Ken, give me a quick energizer. Here's a mic.
Thank you.
We're going to do...
Perfect.
Go ahead, Ken.
Check. Hold it. Check.
Pull up the track, DJ. Pull it.
Check. Sorry guys. Karibu nipulize. Nipunguzie kidogo. My voice is huge. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Okay, if you can see me waving in the air like this. Watu wako nyuma. Sijui kani vile mlianza mapema. You guys look a little bit tired, but don't worry. I just want you to just pull your chair, just push your chair back to your table a little, and just a slight step to your side. Thank you very much. Kuna wengine naona mpaka wametoa viatu. Yes, The carpet is very comfortable. So just be easy and nice. All right. So if you have space, okay. Kuna watu naona bado wanafinyana. Usipige mwenzako kofi. All right. We are here to celebrate and have a good time. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is the movement. All right. I just want you guys to just bounce like this. Just bounce. Just bounce. 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 Yeah, I see guys with great smiles over here. Thank you very much. All right, so that's the movement, all right? So we just put the right hand, left hand over your shoulder, shoulder, and on your waist, then you go down and up. How simple is that?
Simple.
Yeah. Awesome. Let's try it again. All right, just keep bouncing. Just bounce. Just bounce. Then you go right and left over your shoulder and shoulder. Then waist and waist. Then you go down and up. Awesome. I'm sure you guys remember this song. DJ, give me. Hey. Let me see those nice smiles, huh? Hey. Just bounce on it and smile. Hey. All right, are you guys ready? Are you ready? Here we go. 1. And shoulder. Hey, and waist. There you go, down. One more time. Shoulder. Hey. Here we go. If you know the song, just sing along. Here we go. Hey. Say what? Here we go. Go. We complicate it a little. We go 1. Hey. Then waist. Then you jump, jump, and jump. Take it up. Say what? Shoulder. Hey. Waist up, jump, and jump. Take it. 1. Hey. Shoulder. Hey. Here we go. Last one. And shoulder. Hey, see what? Hey, ati.
Hey, Macarena.
Hey, and shoulder. Here we go. One last time. Here we go. Shoulder and waist. Hey. Last one. 1.
Hey.
Shoulder. Hey, and waist. Here we go. All right, thank you very much.
All right, please clap for yourselves and find your seats. And a happy World Fertility Day. Yes, that's a Macarena blast from the past. Just before I invite a representative from Fertility-Kenya to come and welcome us, allow me to appreciate our sponsors and partners who've made this event possible and who've also walked the journey with Fertility-Kenya. Our title sponsors today are KCB Bank Kenya Limited, Asanteni Sana, and Medihill Hospital, Asanteni Sana. And our partners are Ministry of Health, National Health Insurance Fund, that's NHIF, Fertility Point, that's a hard name, Endometriosis Foundation of Kenya, Savannah Healthcare Services, Aga Khan University Hospital, New Life Trust, Footsteps to Fertility, Little Angels Network, Myra IVF Clinic, Kenya Obstetrical and Gynecological Society of Kenya, COGS, Kenyans for Peace Initiative, and Assisted Reproductive Center. Thank you to all our partners and our sponsors. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my privilege and honor to invite from the board of Fertility-Kenya, Mr. Anthony Njenga, the board treasurer, to come and deliver the welcome remarks. Please help me appreciate Mr. Anthony Njenga as he comes to the stage.
Thank you very much. You know, for the last couple of months or years, last 2 years we've been on Zoom, so we are not used to seeing people. But hi guys, wave at me. know that you're there. That's awesome. Great. And then you can tap your neighbor. You know, like, we're supposed not to shake hands, but to tap your neighbor. For me. Let's say, Anthony Jenga has said hi. Great. Awesome. And now I'm excited to be here today. And as a board of Fertility-Kenya, we are very excited because of today, World Fertility Day. But sometimes somebody would wonder, what is that guy doing on stage? Let me give you my story. I've been married for the last 17 years. And I've been married to a beautiful wife, and I love her dearly. And say, unfortunately, for the last 17 years, we've not been able to be blessed with a child. And we've gone through the process of face as a man. Sometimes my friend will say, you know me, I got twins. Yeah? Why can't I help you get babies? You know? And sometimes you'd go and probably your folks would, your family will ask you, why are you guys still not having babies at this time? So I'm part and parcel of Fertility-Kenya. I know the pain of going through the process of infertility. And the other thing is, like, even when we were going through the process of infertility, about a year ago, we were trying for a baby. And now as a man, at some point you're told you need to give your sperms, you need to go through a process that is so painful and difficult, to a point where I was unable to do it, and I had to go through a surgery. So I feel the pain of not having a child. And the reason why I'm here is because I support the process from the bottom of my heart. And for like a man, you know, like there are men who throw out their wives and say, you're not giving me a baby, go away. I support my wife and I love her dearly. And I call out to men, I tell them, listen, your wife, by not having a baby, she's not cursed. It's nothing unusual. There are medical solutions to this problem. And today, we want to celebrate. I want you to clap with me. There are solutions. Say there are solutions. Tell your neighbor there are solutions. It's not a lost cause. It's not a lost cause. There are still things you can do. To a point of today, you can still even adopt a child. So we have a process. So I keep telling women, be proud of yourself. Be proud of where you are today. Don't feel undermined. Don't feel like you're not a human being because you don't have a baby. There are solutions to this problem. And there's also a solution. Even if you do not get, you're still a human being. All right? We were blessed to conceive a child. And the child died after 6 weeks. So she or he is in heaven. We'll meet them there. But I'm still a proud father. I'm still a businessman. And I still look forward to a great life ahead of me. So today, we are not here to mourn, but to celebrate. So clap again. Clap, clap. Clap for yourself. We're here to celebrate and say, support fertility because there are solutions. And us as a board of Fertility-Kenya want to be able to stand with any woman or man who's struggling and say, come to where we are. We'll be able to stand with you and walk with you in this journey. Thank you, and God bless.
Asante sana. Hello? Mic is off. It's on. All right. Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much, Anthony Njenga. You are still a human being, and I like that. Somebody who understands personally the pain of infertility. And we're going to hear a lot of stories today so that we can be encouraged in this hall and beyond, because I know that our friends from the media are here, and these stories they can take to the rest of the society. Did you know that 90% of infertility can be overcome through science? 90%. Well, according to fertilityanswers.com, a medical science website, infertility cases are treatable with medical therapies such as drug treatment, surgical repair of reproductive organs, and assisted reproductive techniques such as intrauterine insemination and in vitro fertilization, IVF. This afternoon, we'll be entertained and educated by a host of medical representatives who are going to fuel our passion about fertility and confirm to us, just as Anthony said, that having an infertility situation is not a life sentence. There is hope, and indeed, you can find a shoulder to lean on. I'm going to invite a couple of doctors. I know that some of them perhaps are not here, could not make it, so in case they're not here, we're going to move on to the next. Is Dr. Kireki Omanwa here? Dr. Kireki is not here. But in absentia, we want to appreciate Dr. Kireki, who is the president of Kenya Obstetrical and Gynecological Society, for his instrumental role in Fertility-Kenya. Dr. Rajesh, is Dr. Rajesh here? Oh, fantastic. Oh, there you are, sir. The first individual specialist we'll invite on stage is an IVF and surrogacy specialist from Fertility Point, Dr. Rajesh Chaundhary. Did I get it? Close, eh? So Dr. Rajesh is going to be speaking on the topic fertility and fertility point. Dr. Rajesh, fertility and fertility point, fertility and fertility point. Dr. Rajesh, help me welcome Dr. Rajesh.
So, greetings everyone. Good afternoon. On behalf of Fertility Point, I would like to welcome everyone here, and I would congratulate Cecilia for organizing such a wonderful conference, and she's actually helping in raising the awareness program among the infertility couple. So I'm Dr. Rajesh Chaudhary, and I'm IVF specialist, and I've been in Fertility Point for last 1 year. So I would like to take this as an opportunity to tell you about us, about what services we provide, and what little miracles we have crafted since our inception. So our vision is to give life to dreams of parenthood with the help of world-class reproductive care underlined by sincere commitment to their overall well-being. So the mission of Fertility Point is to lay the foundation for patient satisfaction, global reputation, and above average success rates. Our mission is achieved by using the latest fertility technologies with an absolute focus on quality outcome. So these are our services, and this is not limited to this. We provide intrauterine insemination, IVF and ICSI, and laser hatching and blastocyst culture. Let me tell you that we do not charge anything extra for the laser hatching process. We also offer fertility preservation of oocytes, sperms, and embryos. So that helps the women to empower themselves. We also offer pre-implantation genetic screening and diagnosis, male infertility, including surgical retrieval of sperms, and then surrogacy and third-party reproduction services. So beyond our service, what we are offering, we are helping to build up positive impacts to the families across all cultures and countries as well. We offer world-class treatment at reasonably affordable price, and we help on empowering the communities and reducing stigma related to the infertility. And we have so far created 1,000+ miracles by IUI and IVF. Now we have an excellent success rate of 65%, and we are span over 12 countries. This one is first in Africa and remaining in the Gulf country and Europe. So we have already served families around the globe in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Sudan, Rwanda, Angola, Nigeria, Somalia, Congo, and USA and UK and Canada. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. 1, 2, okay, it's working. Yes, please be seated. Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. Success rate of 65%. That's a great rate. And in 12 countries, serving more than 12 nationalities. That's also amazing. I have a few more experts that I'm going to bring into the stage, but just before that, we want to listen to a testimony. I had a quote that your story is the key that can unlock someone else's prison. When you tell your story, somebody else relates to a story, because Dr. Rajesh is a doctor and is a medical expert, and sometimes when a doctor speaks, it's hard to disapprove a doctor because he's authoritative. But when someone like you and me speaks, then we can relate. And I have the privilege of inviting to the stage a lady with a testimony, an IVF patient actually, and I'll let her come and tell us her story. Beatrice Wanjiku Muthoni, are you there? Beatrice. Okay, we'll give her a minute. So Beatrice is going to come and tell us about her testimony. After Beatrice, I will be inviting Eunice Kuria from KCB. So Eunice Kuria, stand by. Beatrice Wanjiku Muthoni, karibu. Please help me welcome Beatrice.
Okay, habari zenu. Kwa majina naitwa Beatrice Wanjiku Muthoni. Nimetoka Ruiru Kimbo. Habari zenu. Kwa majina naitwa Beatrice Wanjiku Muthoni. Nimetoka Ruiru Kimbo. Mimi ni mmoja wa Fertility-Kenya. Imenishikilia sana, imenisaidia sana. Sababu nimekaa miaka 7 nikitafuta mtoto. Na ndoa ya kwanza iliisha na mwaka moja. Hiyo ikaisha, nikatoka kwa hiyo boma, ilikuwa 2013. Nikakaa 2014 ndo niliingia kwa boma ingine, yenye nimekaa sasa 7 years. Nimestruggle kutafuta mtoto hiyo miaka 7. Wakati tulianza kwenda hospitali na my husband, nilienda nikapata ni tubes zimeblock. Nikaambiwa naweza fanywa surgery inaitwa tuboblast ya kufungua tube. Nikafunguliwa hizo tubes. After kufunguliwa nikapata mimba ikatoka na miezi 2. After kutoka na miezi 2 ndo nikapata ingine ikakuwa ni ectopic. Nikafanywa tena surgery ikatolewa. Nikakaa hivyo sasa niko na tube moja na imeblock na hii ingine imeisha. Sasa nikaona sasa hapa sina hope, nika give up. Nikakaa hivyo hata sishughuliki sasa mambo ya kutafuta mtoto. Lakini siku moja nilikaa hivi kwa nyumba nikaingia online, nikaenda YouTube. Nikapata Cecilia kuna story alikuwa anapeana hapo. Nikamsikiza karibu mara 7 kila siku. Ndio hapo nilichukua namba yake, nikaanza kuongeanga na yeye. Nikamwambia niko shida hivi na hivi na ninapitia hivi na akaniambia anaweza taka tuonane ndio tuongee. Ndio nilitafuta Cecilia, tukaonana na yeye, tukaongea. Akanishika mkono. Amenisaidia sana. Wacha niseme amenisaidia sana. Sababu tulianza kwenda na yeye hata nilipia mpaka gari naenda OC testi zingine pia hata namwambia sina pesa ananitumia. Hii safari tumeenda na yeye pamoja na amenisaidia sana. Sasa alinipeleka hospitali nikapata wako na offer, so nilitoa pesa kidogo nikasaidika kufanya IVF. Na saa hii niko 13 weeks pregnant. Saa hii niko 13 weeks pregnant na niko na twins. Hiyo kitu inafanya nishukuru Mungu sana na nishukuru Cecilia na hiyo chama yake ya fertility. Na mshukuru sana venye amenisaidia. Na wengine wenye wako hapo nje, mtu ana struggle na infertility, atafute Cecilia ama mimi anitafute nimpeleke mpaka kwa Cecilia. Amuonyeshe njia yenye alinionyesha mpaka hata yeye asaidike.
A big hand for Beatrice. Wow. What a testimony. What a testimony. 13 weeks with twins. You get double for your trouble. You get double for your trouble. So tafuta Beatrice ama utafute Cecilia. Tafuta Beatrice akupeleka kwa Cecilia ama utafute tu Cecilia. Cecilia is a hero. You'll meet her in a minute. She's a true legend. In fact, the people who award Shujas during those Shuja national celebrations, I don't know why they missed Cecilia's name. She needs to be on that national roll of honor. Yes. Next, we want to hear from our sponsors, KCB. The KCB sector head, Diversified Industries, Eunice Korea. Karibu. Please help me appreciate KCB.
Bring it down. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It gives me great honor and pleasure to join esteemed members of health sector this afternoon for the launch of Fertility Awareness Month campaign. At the onset, allow me to appreciate the team from Fertility-Kenya for inviting KCB Kenya to participate in this event. Discussions about health have always been a critical area of discussion for every country, but health also presents a challenge to all nations. Effective public health systems are essential for providing care for sick and for instituting measures that promote wellness and prevent diseases. In essence, there is a well-understood correlation that an economy of a country true. Improving the health of a nation's citizen can directly result in economic growth because there will be more people able to contribute to the nation building. The discussion about fertility, just like any other health concern, are therefore critical, timely, and relevant. Ladies and gentlemen, at KCB we believe that every human being has a right to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standards of physical and mental health. The bank has initiated health and wellness programs to ensure all of our staff are in great shape. We recognize that certain health conditions require specialist attention and treatment. Infertility, for instance, remains a challenging diagnosis and has many causes and requires our collective support to build and sustain awareness and how to cope with this condition. Availability, access, and quality of interventions to address infertility remain a challenge, especially in most of African countries. We must therefore come together and prioritize this problem in national population and development policies and reproductive health strategies. Beyond this, KCB Bank has aligned its business proposition with the government's priority on health as stipulated in the Big Four agenda. As a result, the bank has committed to supporting attainment of universal health care. We believe through such initiatives, we would improve access to quality health care for all citizens, as well as equity in health, both of which are central to reaching the global goals to end the extreme poverty by 2030 and boost shared prosperity. As I conclude, I would like to reiterate the need to join hands in raising awareness about infertility and all the adverse stigmas that emerge from these health issues. I want to laud everyone involved in this campaign, and it is my hope that we do not drop the ball in this cause, because we all have a responsibility to ensure that we have a society with fewer broken homes and less stigmatization owing to infertility. Thank you.
Asante. Asante sana. Thank you very much, KCB, and thank you for your partnership with this cause. Indeed, we all have a responsibility to ensure that we are champions of families in which everybody has dignity. Every individual has the right to have a good life and to be celebrated. I have yet another testimony before I invite Dr. Wachira Murage. Just before Dr. Wachira Murage, I'd like to invite a testimony from an amazing couple here, Mr. and Mrs. Artur Karugami. That's Artur Karugami and Grace Karugami. Are you there? Help me welcome this couple.
Good evening, everybody. Habari za jioni. Really naitwa Hadha Karugami na huyu ndio bibi yangu.
Habari zenu, kwa majina ni Grace na nimekuja kushuhudia kuhusu IVF, infertility. Mimi nilienda huko 2014, nilikuwa na shida kutoka 2014 mpaka 2019, ambapo niligundua mambo ya fertility. Sasa vile nilienda nikaenda procedure yote, nikapata tubes zangu zimeblock, lakini nikasema sita risk kuzifungua. Nikaona tu kuna procedure ya IVF, nikaingia tu through na mimi nikaendelea na safari. Na sasa mpaka tukapata mtoto na ndio huyu kutoka 2019 November. Na nimeshukuru Sisire, nimesema asante juu ulitusaidia. Juu kama sio wewe bado tungekuwa tu na huzuni, lakini sasa hivi tunasherehekea. Asante.
Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. There is hope. Turn to the person next to tell them there is hope. Yeah, you know, as I stand here, I realize there are so many myths surrounding infertility. The first obvious one is that it's the woman's fault. You know, it can't be me. It can't possibly be me. You know, and that's certainly a myth. And I think the second one is that, you know, young guys are naturally fertile, you know, that you probably, older people are the ones that have a challenge. But I guess that too is a myth. But either way, there is hope. I want to move to our doctor, to a good doctor, a very humble gentleman I sat across from the table while having lunch with, and he came and simply introduced himself by first name basis. And when I look at the program is when I realized this guy is a very serious doctor. And I think that's a good thing, you know, when you put your humanity in front of, you know, before your title, that you're first a human being before you're anything. Ladies and gentlemen, an obstetrician and gynecologist, and also the director of Savannah Healthcare Services. Help me welcome Dr. Wachira Murage. He's going to be discussing other fertility treatments. Karibu sana, Doc.
Thank you very much. Everybody present here, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good afternoon. As the theme suggests, it gives me great pleasure to be part of this event today as we all endeavor to support fertility. I want to echo the statements of the past speakers that infertility needs more attention at this time and requires more stakeholder approach. And I believe that is why we are here today. We are alive to the fact that infertility is a reproductive health concern affecting an overall of 15 to 30% of our population. This is a significant size of our population that we should be treated with the seriousness that it deserves. Ladies and gentlemen, in the effort towards intervention, it is emerging that treatment options are very expensive. To most of our women, a situation that further is worsened by the fact that the insurance companies, including NHIF and most medical covers, do not cater for this treatment. And if they do quite in a very inadequate manner. This has left the desperate patients. Some of them are here today, and if they would give their testimonies, with no other option than out-of-pocket payments from individual sources like bank savings, loans, fundraising from family and well-wishers. Fertility issues have huge impact on psychosocial and economic and other effects to us. Therefore, early diagnosis and prompt treatments, information on fertility form part of our timely interventions. Advocacy initiatives like Fertility-Kenya greatly increase awareness, and at this juncture I would want really to thank Cecilia Karanja and the board members who have come out to speak openly about the challenge of infertility and giving their personal testimony so that it can encourage us. We urge urgent collaboration between government, fertility specialists like myself, private institutions like mine, Savannah Healthcare, insurance companies, and NHIF, to make fertility treatment modalities, for example, assisted reproductive techniques like IVF, minimally invasive surgery affordable to our families. I also urge Parliament and government to hasten registration of bills governing fertility treatment like surrogacy. It is encouraging to realize that now government is taking up this challenge, and we can now see some insurance companies and some other modalities taking up fertility to sponsor and help our people. Thank you very much. I will just share briefly our commitment towards enhancing access to fertility. That is our center. We do quite a lot, and that's why we partner with Fertility-Kenya to help the needy cases. We have done a lot, even putting them through the systems when they need treatment and surgeries. Sure how to go about this? Okay, thank you. Our commitment towards enhancing access to fertility, that is what we do. We have specialist consultation, and when I say about specialist consultation, we even have psychotherapy. Many times we forget that these fertility issues have a lot of psychological impact. The assessment of IVF procedures, laparoscopic procedures, hysteroscopic procedures are done at Savannah Healthcare. We have a lot of free services, consultations. Like yesterday, I was with Cecilia in the media discussing today's event and educating the public about the availability of treatment, including the centers that offer IVF, so that we can try and demystify and let our people know that there is hope beyond fertility diseases. And all of us have a solution in this fertility issue. Next. Together, we can do more. Thank you very much. Before I end my discussion, there's another slide that is missing from there. That is basically other treatments, because I know we tend to think IVF is the only treatment. Of course, we know what is infertility. There is primary and secondary. Primary, you have never gotten a baby. Secondary, a pregnancy. Secondary is when you've gotten pregnant and you've stayed for 1 year. and you're not able to have a baby. Then there's, of course, subfertility, which is sort of a temporary condition, and you have sterility when one is unable to conceive at all. There are factors that are associated with infertility, like age. The older we become, the more harder to get pregnant. Again, there are solutions. I want to reiterate that we should not feel discouraged because you're above 35 or you're 40. There's a solution, like the specialists today are going to tell us to have a baby. Endometriosis is a really, really big problem to us, and we have treatment, and we do give solutions the same. Hormone imbalances, uterine factors, fallopian tubal blockage, which is now the leading cause of infertility, infections leading to blockage of the tubes. You have ovulation problems, complications from past childbirth, like infections, recurrent miscarriages, the egg reserve. The older we become, the poorer the amount of eggs we have, the quality and such, and other issues to do with our bodies, eating disorders, that has to be with our BMI. Before normally we go for IVF, in vitro fertilization, because I know our speaker is going to tell us, or has been told about IVF, we have laparoscopy and hysteroscopy. And these are procedures that are called minimal access procedures, like laparoscopy, where you get into the womb and try and sort out problems like tubal blockage. We do operations, we remove things called adhesions. We can also remove ovarian cysts. We do attempt to unblock the tubes to a certain measure. When it comes to the inside of the uterus, again, we can do procedures like hysteroscopy and try and clear, remove fibroids, remove things like polyps, and also adhesions to clear and prepare the patients for IVF procedures. Other modalities are antibiotics in case of infections, and we have also hormone treatments as we prepare our patients, because some of the problems are ovulation problems, and we need just hormonal modulators to do that. Psychological care is very, very important. I'm sure you'll be able to get from the testimonies that we are normally very, very stressed as patients when we cannot get a baby. And therefore, psychological care is very, very key, and we should never forget as caregivers to subject our patients when they come for this treatment. Thank you very much. I appreciate you listening to me, and wish you a very, very productive day. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Asante sana, Dr. Asante sana, Dr. Wachira. You know, I've seen something from your presentation, Doc, and it got me curious. Eating disorders can cause infertility, which, what does that mean? Missing lunch or taking a lot of chips and pizza? But anyway, I guess we will get more insight as we go along. But yes, so many factors affect this particular area, and we're here to be educated. We're here to be educated so that we can have better lifestyles, and where we need help, we know where to get help. And one of the places you can get help is certainly Savannah Healthcare Services. Next, yet another obstetrician and gynecologist, reproductive endocrinology and fertility, from footsteps to fertility clinic. I have the pleasure of inviting to the podium Dr. Wanjiru Ndegwa Njogona. Karibu.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is such a pleasure to be here. Sorry, I have just come in from the clinic, and I needed to get together. So, my talk today will be about infertility. And what I will be talking about today is the challenges and successes of IVF in a Kenyan context. Do we have the slides?
na kuna nini pale? Kuna hii flash yake. Umweke slide zake hapa.
Sorry about this. Do I just continue?
Yeah, just go ahead. Yeah, just go ahead.
Okay. So basically, I'm going to be, let me introduce myself again, sorry. My name is Dr. Wanjiru Ndegwa Juguna, and I am an obstetrician, gynecologist, and a reproductive medicine specialist at the Footsteps to Fertility Center in Nairobi, Kenya. I have been with Fertility-Kenya since they started, so I'm really, really excited about this event because I do think it's long overdue. I do think that we needed this day. It's been held all over the world, but as Kenya, we needed to start up. So this is great. So my talk will be on challenges and successes of IVF, the Kenyan context. Now, the introduction. Where did IVF all begin? Fortunately, for patients who are struggling with infertility and require IVF, the first baby born of IVF was in 25th of July, 1978. And this procedure gave much hope to a lot of couples. Now, that was worldwide. There are a lot of other struggles that came with it. And in Kenya, our first IVF baby was on 8th of May in 2006. So it's quite a while ago. That's 15 years. So that's a long time that Kenya has been doing IVF. Now, in the world, we have estimated that over 8 million babies have been born via IVF. And in Kenya, it is estimated that 2,000 IVF babies have been born of IVF, but this is from 2017 statistics of a study. A lot of data is lacking, so we are not too sure. I want to just say that there's so many challenges, but there are also many successes. So what are the challenges that have rippled this IVF or fertility in Kenya? The challenges are, one, patient-based, they're practitioner-based, they're process-based, they're procedure-based, and they're protection-based. So sorry, the slide that I have shows a picture, and I don't know how many people remember Jacqueline Mwende. Does anybody remember Jacqueline Mwende? Yes. Yeah? So Jacqueline Mwende was a 27-year-old lady from Machakos who was brutally attacked by her husband in 2016 after infertility issues. She was maimed and she lost her hands and was brutally burnt. We remember? Yes. Yeah, good. So one of the main challenges is stigma. There's a lot of stigma. And I think that is the biggest challenge that we have to overcome as Fertility-Kenya and as people who help patients who are struggling from infertility. The patient has a lot of stigma, and sometimes it's silent, but it needs to be addressed. Economics. Can we make the procedures cheaper? Can we make them more friendly for the patient? I hope so, because fertility treatments are extremely expensive. Access to care. Where are our specialists? In Nairobi, in Mombasa, in Kisumu, I think, and in Eldoret. Anywhere else, there's no not real care, but there's no specialist care. So can we make access more available for our patients in Kenya? And then the third is lack of awareness. There's a lot of lack of awareness. Patients are struggling in silence, not knowing that their problem could probably be easily solved and fixed. So those are the challenges the patient undergoes. The next one is the challenge to us who practice. I know people don't know this, or maybe you don't know, but the training is difficult. There's no training center in Kenya for fertility care. And therefore, a lot of us who have done it have had to go abroad to study, have had to do a lot of courses online to just keep afloat. So that's another problem. Mentorship. I remember when I came back from training, I had nobody to employ me, nor did I have anybody to mentor me. You had to rip the waters yourself. So we need mentorship, and we do need employment opportunities. We do know that no public facility offers fertility solutions like IVF, and therefore this is where we should be getting employment opportunities for most people and more private clinics. The other challenge is the process. All fertility clinics are very capital intensive to start. The premise, the backup, the equipment is really expensive, and therefore that is really a process problem. It's difficult forming a team. A specialist is difficult getting specialists, difficult getting embryologists, difficult getting counselors, and I want to stress on counselors because I think we have the capacity to train psychologists and counselors. But I don't know if there's no interest, but there's so few, and this is really a special need. With COVID, we've seen a lot of mental illness. A lot of people suffering in silence, but there's nobody there to hold them, especially in the fertility journey, because that's a niche counseling aspect. So please, if you're here and you're a psychologist or you know of one, this is a very good field to go into now because there's a lot of need. We also had problem sourcing equipment and even purchasing consumables for fertility treatments. So when people hear that fertility is expensive, they don't understand that we're shipping everything from abroad, even little plastic test tubes that could have been made here. So these are the challenges. The other challenges that come is with the procedure itself. People don't understand that sometimes fertility has side effects. There are patients who have landed in ICU after just trying to get a baby and after the IVF process. So these are things that need to be, these are challenges of the procedure, and they're things that need to be out there. The other challenge is protection, obviously. We have no laws in Kenya, and we are really hoping that the ART bill is passed. Legal issues about third-party ART, surrogacy, donor cycles. If my womb has been removed because I have fibroids and I have lovely ovaries and I need somebody to carry a baby for me, don't I deserve care? Don't I deserve to have a baby? So surrogacy is not a bad thing. We must put laws in place so that it is not abused and that surrogacy becomes affordable and available for everybody who needs it. There's also donor cycles. I'm sure a lot of you know that young girls donate their eggs, young men donate their sperm. Now, how do we protect these girls? Do they come 3, 4, 5 times to donate for some fertility couple? Are we destroying them? How do we have a registry in Kenya? So these are things that must be addressed in this ART bill. Ethical concerns. We are now seeing in the US they're designer babies. You can choose the eye color, you can choose the hair. Really, is this unethical? Gender selection, I can decide I want 2 twin boys right now. What are we going to do with the other embryos that are formed? Suppose we have 10 embryos and 2 are boys, the rest are 8 girls. Are we going to throw those embryos away? These are ethical concerns that really need to be addressed, and unfortunately we have no laws. There are also religious concerns. I have Catholic patients, I have Muslim patients who are very against either third-party reproduction or Catholics who are really, will say we'd rather not have a baby because of our religious concerns. So these are all things that need to be, the patient needs to be protected against all this. And then research. I remember Cecilia, when we started, we said we're doing research, we're going to, but nothing has come. This is how many years later. So really, we need to really do a lot of research to be able to go forward in fertility. COVID, there's been a lot of disturbances in COVID, and these are the COVID challenges. When we started, we were closing quite frequently. We'd get a patient who has COVID, and then the whole clinic has to go on hiatus for 2 weeks. And people are mid-cycle, so it was quite a mess. Now I guess we are better, we know how to deal with it better, but there were challenges in COVID. But what are the successes? I've said a lot of the challenges. The successes are there. Today we have a capacity of 13 centers in Kenya, and that's a big thing. When we started, I think there were four centers. 10, however, are in Nairobi, so we need to do better. We have distributors. When we started, I had to go to Dubai or India to get test tubes and to get media. Now we can get them in Kenya. We have more specialists and embryologists. We had Indian embryologists. I'm proud to say that in Footsteps to Fertility, we have a Kenyan embryologist, trained outside, unfortunately, because there's no training, Australian trained. But we have an embryologist who is Kenyan, and that makes me proud because now we are full center with Kenyan people. Yeah, and we need to do this for our own. We need to have more training so that we can also be able to do this for our own patients and also reduce the costs. I think there's a greater care base, which is amazing, that more people can find support. Fertility-Kenya is there, Endometriosis Society of Kenya is there. So there are a lot of other NGOs that are helping patients along this journey. Awareness and acceptance, and this is the big thing. When I started doing IVF in 2015, I would see patients who are 45, 43, older patients who had the know-how and had the money and had struggled for long and therefore were coming when it was really the end. But now, because of awareness, which I thank Fertility-Kenya and all of us here who have clinics and have tried to do something, I'm seeing 28-year-olds, you know, where we can really, really give hope. I'm seeing couples struggling for 1 year and saying, hey, we've done 1 year, we need to seek fertility care. And this is all because awareness has been hyped and people are accepting that 1 year into marriage, we're not conceiving, we need to move on. We need to now try and get specialist help. So there are successes, and we are proud to be part of that. The last slide was one of our babies, but well, you can't see it. So with that, I end my talk, but I am very grateful that this has finally come to fruition. We have a World Fertility Day in Kenya, and I hope it's gonna be bigger and better, and we're here to support you next year.
Indeed. Asante sana, Dr. Wanjiru Ndegwa. Yes, indeed, it's going to be bigger and better. Some riveting statistics there that the first IVF patient in Kenya was in 2006, 15 years ago. 8 million IVF patients, or babies rather, those are successes. Globally, 2,000 in Kenya. And I liked the conversation about designer babies. Yeah, that's like really cool to have a baby with blue eyes, but it raises some ethical concerns there. And congratulations, Dr. Wanjiru, for having an embryologist who's Kenyan. All right, you're pioneering that path on behalf of our fellow citizens. Our next presenter, or as I preface the next presenter, about a decade or two ago, I was just out of high school, and one of the things we did on a Saturday or a Sunday is we discovered a place in Kilimani where, you know, they had this really, really big house, and they had a center for children. It is still called New Life Homes. And we volunteered there. We went there and held the babies and fed them during the meal times. And I always wondered, what are you doing with like 30 kids in this house? And where do you take all these kids? And it's a wonder that New Life Homes has been there for more than 2 decades. They continue to not only provide an alternative for people looking for adoption, but also they take babies who've been rejected sometimes, and they give them dignity, and they walk with them through life. And I know 20 years later, there's a lot of real-life responsible adults that have come from that humble home. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so delighted to at least put a face to the leadership of New Life Homes. I'm delighted to invite the National Director of New Life Home Trust, Dr. Janet Mutinda, to come and tell us about adoption. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Janet Mutinda.
When you arrive here, you realize there is life. Yes, bubbly life. Yes, you arrive here and it dawns on you why God says, "Let the little children come to me," profoundly revealing his affection for children. There is joy here. There is life. These little ones are at home. In the midst of it all, there is much love. Yes, 26 years of giving new life.
New Life was founded out of the last pandemic, global pandemic, which was the HIV/AIDS pandemic. And this work started as a response to the big need that there was.
Good afternoon. It is true, there are solutions, and it's such an exciting afternoon to be here and to see the great strides that have been made in our medical field, even as concerning IVF. But my topic this afternoon is on adoption, and to say adoption is a gift. You may not know this, but November is globally recognized as the International Adoption Month. And so it is appropriate that we are discussing this issue today. So even though adoption is a gift, it remains a misunderstood concept by many, beginning with the spelling and the pronunciation of that word. You know, often you'll hear people say adoption instead of adoption. And yet those are two very distinct concepts. But beyond this basic misunderstanding, adoption faces many challenges in Kenya. And this afternoon, I only want to focus on 4 of these. The first critical challenge is the lack of public awareness on the matter of adoption. Did you know that it is legal to give up your child for adoption in Kenya? This is not a well understood fact, and because of this, many babies are harshly abandoned, even die, because the mothers are not aware that they can legally and safely place these precious little ones for adoption. Many people are afraid and actually believe that they will be prosecuted if they openly decide to give up their children for adoption. Unfortunately, the reverse is true, that when the mothers abandon the children, they will face the full wrath of the law when it catches up with them. There is therefore a great need to create this public awareness that will save many, many lives. We also need to create a public awareness on the legal process of adoption in Kenya, and I do see a few lawyers who are here and who focus on matters of adoption. Adoption is not only a gift to families or couples struggling with infertility. Everyone seated here this afternoon, if you're between the age of 25 and 65, you are eligible to adopt a child who's at least 21 years old younger than you. Single women and single men are also eligible to adopt under the Kenyan law. I'm sure many here did not know that. And so such information should be made accessible to Kenyans, and various modes of sensitization used to create this awareness on adoption matters. A second challenge is more a systemic issue, where unfortunately adoption is often made to appear synonymous with child trafficking. It is very unfortunate that when there's a child trafficking case on the national platform, adoption is often unfairly pulled into that space. Adoption is a legal and judicial procedure to place children in families. Does child trafficking happen in Kenya? Yes, it does. And I'm very sure today, as we went to the walk and gathered here, somewhere in Nairobi or in another county, a child was trafficked locally today. And why is this the case? Some of the drivers for child trafficking are related to the challenges that I'm highlighting here today. But coupled with this is the debate on the cost of adoption in Kenya. You know, a joint analysis on adoption costs was done by all the registered adoption agencies in Kenya in 2015. And it showed that in total, there are 3 groups of teams, or 3 teams that are part of the adoption process: the adoption agencies, the children's homes that are formerly called the charitable children's institutions, and the lawyers. Totally, it costs about 68,000 shillings for a single adoption in Nairobi, and about 78,000 out of Nairobi. These amounts are given by government, but data shows that 72% of adoption applicants in Kenya have a family income of about 11,000 shillings monthly. And so therefore, as adoption agencies and charitable children's institutions, we think it's unethical to even consider raising adoption fees, even though many times the cost of caring for these precious little ones is sometimes crippling for us. So 2 things then come into play. Number 1, many potential adoptive parents in Kenya may not afford this and will opt not to adopt. Number 2, others then will resort to the black market. So when a system makes a genuine process hard and prohibitive, child trafficking will continue to thrive. A third challenge hinges on weak administrative support of our policy makers and those who lead our sector. Legally, adoptions must be done through registered adoption agencies, but we continue to face challenges of delays, lapses of registration of these agencies, which affects the process or the placement of children through adoption. And so our clarion call for relevant government authorities would be to remove all the kinks from the system, ensure that our National Adoption Committee consistently carries out its mandate efficiently and effectively. A fourth and final challenge stems from the society and the many myths and fears propagated within our various communities. You know, when I was a child, okay, our neighbor adopted a baby, and this is many years ago. Okay, I know I look 25, but I'm 25 plus many more, okay? So this is a long time ago. Our neighbor adopted a baby, and she tried to fake the pregnancy. But somehow, the grapevine, and in those days, the grapevine was more efficient than Instagram, Twitter, Facebook combined. Somehow the grapevine found out, or it became known, that this was not her biological child. And do you know what people referred to this child for many years? In Kiswahili, they always said, mtoto wa kununuliwa, a child who was bought. It is sad that even now in 2021, there still exists stigma associated with adoption, that many prospective parents hold back because they are afraid of how society will view them, how the adopted children will be treated by others. And yet you and I, by now, should be wiser, and we should know that genes are not the only determinant for making an amazing family. Adoption is a gift. I've had many people in our communities throw out assumptions that adopted children will become rogue. You will not believe how many people have said it to my face. Adopted children will one day turn against you. They will even kill you so that they can inherit your property. But stop. Let me challenge us to flip that coin. That anything said about adopted children can be said about biological children. They are all children. None of us seated here today have a guarantee that our own biological children will turn out great. There are some who say adopted children have low IQ. Because you don't know their background, adopted children will develop unknown medical issues. Do you have a guarantee that your own biological children will have a great IQ, that they will not have future medical issues? I want to challenge us tonight or tomorrow. Go and do a Google search on world leaders who were adopted. Names like Nelson Mandela, Steve Jobs, world presidents, even first ladies in different countries were adopted as children. You never know that if you make this decision, your adopted child could very well be the next world leader. As I conclude this afternoon, here are some statistics. Slightly over 52% of our population in Kenya are children. We have over 2 million orphans in this country. We have over 800 registered charitable children's institutions that you and I call children's homes, like ours. In those homes, it is said we have over 40,000 children. Data that was extrapolated from the Kenya Population and Housing Census in 2014 estimates that 22 to 25% of couples in Kenya living as a family are not able to get biological children. And of these, 98% cannot afford some of the medical methods to get children. So why are these statistics important? Within our charitable children's institutions and in our communities are children who are desperate in need of families. And on the other hand, there are families that are desperate for children. And so adoption is a possible gift for both the children and these families. And as an organization, we as New Life Home Trust have existed in the 27 years to do 3 simple things: to rescue these abandoned babies, to care for them, unapologetically give them good care like they were our very own, and then thirdly, to place these children in families. By God's grace, we've been able to care for over 2,300 children, with 90% of these children in families today. Every child deserves a loving family. Adoption is a gift that our government should support because it is a permanent placement that unquestionably safeguards the very best interest of our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Janet Mutinda. I can attest to the remarkable work you're doing at New Life. Please keep doing that amazing job. 2,000 children, 90% have been placed in families. That's nothing less of phenomenal. And as we celebrate the World Adoption Day, what an apt presentation, that on one side there's children looking for families to belong. On the other side, there's families that are looking for children to have. And adoption becomes a great option for both sides. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 more doctors, then we get a couple of leaders also to speak on this topic. So next on stage, I want to invite an IVF specialist, obstetrician and gynecologist from Medihill Group of Hospitals. Help me welcome Dr. Shaunak Kandwala. Dr. Shaunak is making his way here. Or is it a lady? I can't tell from the name. It's a man. All right, Daktari is here. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Shonak Kandwala, talking about in vitro fertilization, that's IVF.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so thankful to Cecilia and her partners for inviting me for this talk today. I'll take your acceptance of removing my mask. So, I am the clinical director of IVF at the Mediheal Group of Hospitals. Many of you may be knowing us, but for those whom you don't know, we have 3 centers in East Africa. Our centers are in Nairobi at Parklands, the other one is at Eldoret, and the third in Kigali in Rwanda. Very soon, Dr. Degwa was talking about making IVF accessible to everybody. So very soon we are going on to the coast also, at Mombasa. We'll be having in Congo and Uganda. As I speak, already the equipment is being installed in Kampala. As far as I am concerned, my journey in IVF began in 1991. So I have been doing IVF since 30 years. 3 decades I have finished this year of IVF. And I have been instrumental directly and in association to assist 50,000 couples to do IVF and assisted reproductive techniques, out of which, if you consider a success rate of 50 to 55%, 25,000 couples have already had babies. Baby or babies, sometimes twins, sometimes singleton, rarely triplets. So this is my journey of IVF, and we are completing almost 50 years for the first IVF baby to be born. Not exactly 50 years, but some years shy of that. We are in the 5th decade of that lady. So my work was made very easy by the previous speakers because, they talked already about infertility. So I don't have to really elaborate on that. Most of you may be knowing what is infertility, 1 year, 6 months. You should remember that the woman's age is very important. So you have to press the pedal if you are 35 years or above, a woman's age in the couple. The man, it doesn't signify too much, but the woman, if she's 35, she needs to press the pedal and get herself pregnant in a couple of years. If she doesn't, and you see the couple staying for 6 months only together with a woman 35 or more, and it is labeled as infertility. So there is primary infertility, secondary infertility. There are various causes like septic abortions causing infection, pelvic inflammatory diseases, genital cocks. All these can block your tubes. Uterine fibroids, very common here in Kenya and East Africa. I see them a lot in Rwanda also. Adenomyosis, pelvic endometriosis, ovarian endometriosis, etc. And of course, male factor, many people believe that, only the woman is involved, but it's not so. Both are equally involved. You need 2 to clap. You need 2 hands to clap. So there you go. Male factors are getting more and more common now, with various infections, environmental stress, and toxicity. These are the lifestyle and other causes. And here I would like to stress that because of climate also there is a lot of infertility. That's why on the coast in Mombasa, with a hot climate and humid climate, you have low sperm counts. Chewing mira also reduces the sperm counts of men. So many dietary factors involved, smoking, alcohol, the usual stuff. And stress is the chief factor in any disease, isn't it? So 20% of the adult childbearing population is infertile in this country. So that means 1 out of 5 couples which are in the childbearing age. Of this, 20 to 25% would need ART or assisted reproduction. 80% of the couples would conceive with a lesser treatment or some guidance or advice. So male and female are, as you see this slide, are equally responsible. 34% in female, 28% in male. A combined, that is male and female together, 25%, and unexplained in 13%. So in which there is no actual factor. Both are normal, but still there is something going on which is not allowing the couple to bear a child. So that is a unexplained infertility. These are some of the female factors. You know, the woman has a tube, uterus and the ovaries which have to function normally in order to get a pregnancy. So if anything causing a problem in the tubes like blockage, endometriosis of the ovaries, fibroids in the uterus, polycystic ovaries. You know, we have a lot of patients today now with polycystic ovaries. In all my IVF batches, if I'm doing 100 IVF cases in a batch, in a month, I see 20% having polycystic ovaries. And you know, you get a lot of follicles of them, from them, you get a lot of eggs, but they are low quality eggs. And we give them proper supplementation. The main tour de force of Medihill's IVF treatment is to prepare the patient properly. You see, half the success, is when you start properly. So when you give them medication properly, when you see that the systems are in sync and they're ready to go when we start the stimulation, then you get the best success rate. So we need to prepare such women who are having polycystic ovaries to give them the right medication. We give them medication, you know, we don't take them right directly into IVF. If the woman comes to me today, I don't say, oh, I'll put you into IVF. There is a month and a half at least before I start their actual IVF treatment, because I like to prepare them properly. Preparation is very important in IVF. Then only you get good eggs, good sperms, and then if you get good eggs, good sperms, you get good embryos and therefore conception and pregnancy. And we do a lot of pre-IVF operative procedures like removing the fibroids. You know, many patients of mine tell me, oh, Daktari, can't we go ahead? I mean, this is a small fibroid. That doctor told me, you don't need to really remove it. You know, it's a very small fibroid. But sometimes the fibroid, being small also, can be in such a location that it can come in the way of your pregnancy. So we need to do surgery sometimes, and that is minimal access surgery like a laparoscopy or a hysteroscopy in order to have proper success rate and proper implantation. Male factors, as I was telling you, there are some men, and more happening nowadays, who have very low sperm counts, which have to go for IVF, very low motility, morphology, that is a lot of abnormal sperms, and very often now we are seeing azoospermia. Azoospermia means zero sperms. They are firing blank shots. Okay. And then there is erectile dysfunction and ejaculatory dysfunction. So all these are indications for IVF. We need to go for IVF if you see, and mind you, even a man who does not have any sperms in his semen can still be a biological father to a child. So we have various methods by which we can extract the sperms surgically and use them to fertilize the eggs. So there are so many investigations that we need to do. These are just briefly some of them. Hormonal studies, ultrasound, HSG, and hysteroscopy and laparoscopy, hysterosonography, which I do myself, sonosalpingography also, then color Doppler ultrasound of the uterus and the ovaries, very rarely MRI pelvis and blood karyotyping of the couple. For the husband, CASA or computerized semen analysis. Now, very important thing that we need to do is DNA fragmentation index. We are seeing more and more high DNA fragmentation in men. Even if they have a low or a borderline sperm count or a normal count, they have a high DNA fragmentation index. If the DNA fragmentation of the sperms is 35% or more, then you have to treat them before you take them for IVF. So once again, I'm coming to the same thing. Pre-IVF treatment is very important. You cannot take the couple in haste to do IVF. You have to give them time. You have to give them the mentally, physically, they have to be prepared. And then only, I think, we can get the best success rate. Let me just, I think I'm exceeding my time, though I've just got 10 minutes to talk. So what we do in IVF is not exactly IVF. It is called ICSI or ICSI. It means intracytoplasmic sperm injection. So we take one sperm, and with this equipment, you see it is injecting one sperm into, and that is the egg, the round thing that you see. Okay, so we do ICSI for all our patients, because There will be times when you can do IVF. There's a fine difference between the two. The protocols for the patient is the same, but in IVF, we drop a sperm, a semen drop of 50,000 sperms on a single woman's egg. And in ICSI, we put 1 sperm into 1 egg. Now, you can imagine, if I'm putting 1 sperm into 1 egg with the 1000x magnification, you are going to get much better fertilization than if I put only a 50,000 sperms, because 50,000 sperms then have to work to get into that egg. And sometimes you can have fertilization failure. So we at Mediheal, in all our centers, have a policy of doing 100% ICSI. As I was telling you, in a man who has no sperms, we can still remove the sperms through the epididymis or through the testis by doing a very minor operative procedure, which is done under local anesthesia. The man does not have to be put to sleep. And of course, the last option, if you do not get the sperms and the patient is counseled well, you can go for third-party or donor sperms. That's where I come to third-party reproduction. Dr. Degwa and other speakers touched on it. So there's a lot of egg donation nowadays. You see, egg donation, sperm donation, donor embryos. We have a bank where we have a lot of eggs stored, a lot of sperms, and many embryos. And we profile them and keep them in the bank. And we have fresh donors also coming. So we match the donor. You know, there's a matching program with the donor and the recipient. So depending upon the profiling of the recipient, the profiling of the donor, we match them and try to give the best eggs to a woman who does not have eggs, or she's undergone what is called as premature ovarian failure. Today I am seeing men and women losing their fertility. That means the women becoming almost like a menopausal or premenopausal at the age of 28 to 30 to 35. You must have heard of a very important hormone called anti-Mullerian hormone, or AMH. AMH going down below 1 and especially below 0.5. I would like to counsel the woman to go for, or the couple to go for donor eggs, especially below 0.5, because then you are flogging a dead horse. The ovaries are already gone. Giving them injection stimulation will cause them further to get into menopause very fast. So it is better that we counsel them, give them the best opportunity, get the eggs out from the donor, fertilize with the husband's sperms if the husband is fine, give them the good embryos, and therefore get them a good chance for implantation and pregnancy. So also, you know, many times as husband also, you know, they have to also accept for the donor sperms. And donor embryos is when a woman is alone, or her husband is not very, you know, I've seen a lot in Kenya, husband not very cooperative for treatment. So she's alone. So then she says, you just give me somebody else's eggs and sperms. Of course, we take a written consent. We just can't give anybody anything. We take consents for all these procedures, donor eggs, donor sperms, everything we take consent. And then we give them the embryos or eggs as the case may be. Here are our results. So the results depend upon the woman's age. The woman's age is the most important guiding factor to the ultimate results. So the younger the woman, if she is below 35, you can get almost 65% clinical pregnancy rate. Then as she goes older, this is using her own eggs. Okay, this is the results using her own eggs. So when it's 35 to 40, it is 40%. And then above 41, it deteriorates a lot. So a woman should always get pregnant, try to get pregnant before 40. After 40, there is a severe or a steep decline in the fertility, especially in the woman's egg quality. And then she requires to go for donor eggs. So donor eggs, we have almost 55 to 60% clinical pregnancy rate. And then there are newer technologies which are seeping into IVF. They have already come in the developed world, but now in the developing world also they are there. We have them in Kenya, in East Africa, everywhere. That's laser hatching of the embryos. So embryos develop a thick wall. We hatch them, we thin them out before we put them inside the uterus, so they implant very easily. We take them to day 5, or what is called as blastocyst culture, and therefore they implant and they're just about to hatch, so we can get a better implantation with that. We are using now time-lapse imaging incubators, so without opening the incubator, we can actually see how the embryo is developing, and on those day 5, when we can have the full recording and the computer-generated analysis of those embryos to tell us as to which is the best blastocyst to put in that lady. And we can put those and freeze the others. And then, of course, PGT, that is preconceptional genetic diagnosis, that is done by doing the biopsy of the blastocyst, in some cases for gender selection, in some cases for genetic disease, if the couple or the family history is there. There are some partners which we have with us. Of course, Cecilia and Fertility-Kenya are our very big partners. But there are some insurance coverers. NHIF for the time being has been on this, but I think they are coming back. We are treating a lot of teachers, TSC, and of course we have the other corporates. Yes. And I was just talking to our Vice President of International Business, Mr. Gokul, and we are very soon coming out with a never-before offer. It's Christmas time, so I thought I should get something out on the board. Thank you so much for the patient hearing.
Thank you. Aiming for an infertility-free world. Thank you, Dr. Shanak. 50,000 couples assistant, more than 50% success rate. That's amazing. And I like his rallying call. If you're a woman and you're 35 and below, press the pedal. You need to run, rush, and get a baby. And so much happening in the medical field that I've learned something today. That in IVF, you have 50,000 sperms going for one egg. In ICSI, you have one sperm going for one egg. Very interesting. Laser hatching of embryos. My mind can't even conceptualize that. My mind goes to something I saw on the showground, making chicken eggs, something incubator. That's the best visual that my mind goes to when I think about hatching of embryos. Well, we have yet a final doctor before we get to hear from the chairperson of Fertility-Kenya. I want to invite an IVF specialist from Myra IVF and Medical Center, Dr. Sarita Sukija. She's going to be speaking about IVF protocols. Dr. Sukija? Karibu. There she is. And she looks lovely in that purple, royal purple Indian apparel. Let's appreciate Daktari.
First of all, I would like to thank Fertility-Kenya as well as Cecilia Karanja. We have had a lot of interaction about the infertility issues that are prevailing in Kenya. First, let me introduce myself. I am now working at our own center in association with some other people at Myra IVF Center. We are located at the Westwood office building, first floor A and B, which is opposite Oshwal and near Sarit Center, where we are offering all kinds of treatments starting from the basic investigations, the lab testing, as well as the ultrasounds, which I do myself, and the other treatments which we will discuss in the due course. So basically, to tell you about myself, I did my MD Obs and Gynae from one of the biggest hospital in Asia, which is BJ Medical College, Ahmedabad, which is the land of our Prime Minister Modi. So I did my education, the graduation as well as post-graduation from there, which is a very, very busy hospital. And then after post-graduation, I did my senior registrarship, that is another 3 years in a Delhi teaching hospital, which is called University College of Medical Sciences. From those days itself, I had a lot of interest in infertility, and I always used to go behind the teachers who used to, those times, like about 20 years back, as one doctor said, there were no trainings available that time, which now I see is the present situation in Kenya. So there, if we have to learn, you have to just go behind the senior consultants who have had education from abroad, and whatever you could learn, you could learn that. So after having done the post-graduation, because I had a lot of interest and I had a lot of compassion towards the infertility patients, and I wanted to treat them in a very ethical and a genuine way, I tried my best to educate myself. So I went to Cleveland Clinic for a fellowship. Then I went to Germany, Kiel, to learn the laparoscopies and hysteroscopies. And then finally I did my master's from EV Spain in reproductive health. And then I started my journey. So before moving here in India, I was running my own center, as well as I was with Apollo and Artemis group of hospitals. And then I was, as I said, a doctor said that there are not many teachings available. About, I would say, 10-15 years back, we were at the same situation. And there were a lot of doctors who wanted to learn, so I started teaching courses there, and I taught about 5 years, and I was happily working in my place, happily settled. And I had actually no clue about Kenya and Africa, and I had never traveled to this part of the world. And I was literally picked up by the NMC Dubai Health, because they were opening their first center in Africa, and it was a brand new center. We were just given the walls, and I was asked to establish that center. And that is how I landed in Kenya. And when I came here, I really loved the place because I could see the people are warm, they're very humble, and the problems that people had in India, the problems are the same here, and not many specialists, as doctor said, and not many embryologists, not even teaching courses available. So I took up that challenge and I established that unit, and by the grace of God, we had very, very good results at Fertility Point, almost to the tune of 60 to 70%. And in January 2021, because of some issues, I moved to my own practice, and we started this Myra IVF Center, which is again, Myra is my niece's name, who came into this world. I could help my own sister to get her a child. So that is how the Myra came, and it was in India also. Now coming to the center, we are the challenges that we have faced in Kenya are the same. There is no availability of disposables, which I would say in one IVF, why it is 1/3 in India and why it is so expensive here is because of the things, they are not available here locally. Everything has to be imported. We are having so much of challenges, even getting the equipments, like we are putting up a modular lab with the air handling units, which is very, very important for the good results to have. And it's not only that you just make a lab and get the equipments, you have to have a trained manpower, as well as the air quality, the clinician, the embryologist. Everything is important to give you the best results. So we are having those challenges. Like suppose if I say because I have run IVF in India also, if the cost of disposables there is about 12 to 15,000 only, it is because everything is manufactured there. And here everything is imported, and of course the person who is importing, they add their margin, and so the cost goes so high. We are trying to bring down the cost, and we will try to get it down to as much as possible as we can. And we will come up with very good offers. From January we are starting full-fledged. And the other thing that I was, to give you an example, the IUI cannula which we use in India, it is such a basic thing, it's such a small plastic thing. we get it in India for 50 rupees, which is like 100 shillings. That we get here for 1,000. So you can imagine the price difference of the disposables that we have in India and that we have in Kenya. It is really, really very expensive. So that is the reason the cost of IVF here is quite high. And the main causes, I would not go into the medical part. Dr. Khandwala and others, they have already enumerated the causes. I would generally talk about what I saw in Kenya, because I have practiced in India for 15 years and now I'm here for last 3.5 years. So we can clearly make out what is it that is more common here in Kenya. So what I saw when I moved here was that here the younger patients who come for IVF, in them the tubal blockage is very common, and it is because of the PID, that is pelvic inflammatory disease. And that is one of the reasons that the younger girls are not able to conceive. So the first thing when they come to me, and when they are married, for any young couple who is married for more than a year should have a baby, 80% of them would conceive without anything. And the 20%, those who don't conceive, I always tell the female, please go and get your tubes checked first. Rather than, getting the tablets, the injections, the IUIs, a simple basic tubal testing is not done, and she has been having so many treatments, which all goes in vain if the tubes are blocked. If the patient is younger, then if the tubes are blocked, there are surgeries which are called fertility enhancing surgeries. That also I do. So in younger patients, we can try to open the tubes, but it all depends how much is the damage, because tubes are very, very thin. And once damaged, we can try to open them, and as soon as the tubes are opened, it is very important to know that it is the first 6 months which are very important for the patient to try actively, in the form of going to a consultant, getting the ultrasound monitoring done, even as simple as giving them a few tablets and monitoring them on the ultrasound that now your egg is ready and now you go and try naturally. That would take care of more than 50% of the patients. So as a fertility specialist, we are not here only just to, if anybody comes, you do this, you do that, you do IUI, IVF, TISA and all those things. No, there are some simple basic things which if we take care, then a person can conceive without spending too much. The other reason that I saw in Kenya is very common is the fibroids. The fibroids, I think it is because of the genetic predisposition. A lot of women come with fibroids, and they have a myth that if they have fibroid, they can't conceive. Now, if I do the ultrasound of 100 women, in 80% I would find fibroids. Now the fibroids, if they are bigger, then only they need to be removed. If they are small, then if they are not coming into the cavity where the baby has to grow, then a person can also conceive with the fibroids. We advise to remove the fibroids only if they are too big, they are many in number, and if somebody has had repeated miscarriages, then it means the fibroids are occupying the space, and then those are the fibroids which need to be removed. The other important factor that we have seen here is the age factor. Now, it is seen that now the girls are postponing marriage because of the education or the career, and I really emphasize, and I would really, it was my, one area to teach the adolescent girls in the colleges, which I used to do in India a lot, is the fertility awareness. Most of the girls don't know that when they are in their 30s, and if they haven't found a partner, or if they are delaying marriages and pregnancy for whatever reason, they should just go and freeze their eggs, which can be used later on. After that, whether you get married at 35, you get married at 40, whenever you find a partner, you get married, those eggs can be used. So egg freezing is very, very important, and we have the latest technique which is called vitrification, and the results of the survival of the eggs after the vitrification are almost 70 to 80% now. So anyone who knows a young girl, who I would say a middle-aged girl who has not got married, please tell them that go and freeze your eggs. Otherwise, they end up with the eggs, and then they have to go. Once the eggs are finished, every woman is born with certain set of eggs, and if the eggs are finished, then there is no way you can put the eggs back into the ovaries, and then it becomes really difficult for the woman also to accept, and it is also very difficult for us to explain that now you don't have eggs, so you have to go for the donor eggs. There's no other option. That is one important thing. The other thing is the male factor, which we have seen here, is also, I would say, 50% contributes to the infertility. The low sperm counts or the motility is not good. So in those patients, we say if the counts are, the normal counts as per WHO we take as 15 million per ml. And if the counts are between 5 and 10, still we can give them a cheaper option of trying the IUI, in which we give them some tablets and injections, and we make eggs, and we time it in such a way that the sperms are available close to the eggs. So that is a cheaper option, and it is not that the IUI results as such are not great, but still I would say if out of 100 women, 15 to 20 women are able to conceive with IUI, we should offer them rather than straight away jumping onto IVF. So we do offer that, and that is how it should be done. So these are the main concerns which I have seen in Kenya. And if someone has their own setup, and there are a lot of new things, like we have the tablets available, and then we can give them the minimal stimulation protocols which have now come up, especially in the older age women. You see, if it is now very common that if a woman gets married, they don't get along well, then they get divorced, and so by the time she looks for another partner, they are in their, say, 37, 38, or in early 40s. So for those women, I would say there is no time to waste at all. At the age of 40, the chances of natural pregnancy are only 10 to 15%. That is because of the aging of the eggs, because your egg quality goes so bad, and then with every passing year, the number of eggs is going to go down. So those women should get their fertility testing done, which is available here, the anti-Mullerian hormone testing. It is a kind of a test which tells you about the reserve, how much of the reserve you have, and the general gynecologist and everybody needs to be told that they should know that these kind of the women whose AMH is low, who are older age group, they should be quickly referred for IVF, because in IVF they still have some chance, say about 25-30%, but otherwise it will be very difficult, and then again the last option is the donor eggs. And regarding the surrogacy, as one doctor mentioned, if there are fibroids and the uterus is removed, the ovaries are fine, there should be proper regulations. In India, the surrogacy is not allowed for the foreigners, but for Indians it's allowed. So I presume, and I feel that the country where there is a problem of the fibroids and the other issues are there, the surrogacy for those patients is the only option to have their own child. So I think the rules and regulations need to be put in place, and you need to have more people who can produce the local the basic stuff which is required, like the medias and the disposables, etc. And of course the trainings also. As I told you, I was into teaching, and I would be really happy to start any sort of trainings, any gynecologist. See, we have to pass on our knowledge to the younger generation. We can't be working forever. So I am very pro teaching, and I would be very happy to start any kind of trainings. Be it here, I've seen there are no reproductive medicine trainings available. starting from the IUI, even if those people can do IUI at their own places, then IVF, we are there, they can come and learn, do with us, and it's just a matter of practice. You start doing it, within 2, 3, 4 years, you will be, so that's how everybody has learned, even we have learned like that. Similarly, for the embryology, embryologist is again a major problem here. We do not have many embryologists here, and I appreciate one doctor who said she has a Kenyan embryologist. So it's not about Kenyan, Indian, African, European. I feel the emotions and the wish to have your own child, it's same everywhere all over the world, and we need to treat patients with compassion, and we need to give them the best at affordable costs. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Sarita Sukija. Thank you. Yes, we need to give everybody a chance to be a father, to be a mother. And I like what Doc said regarding fertility awareness, that there's opportunity. If you are 35, if you're in your 30s, or you know a friend, there's opportunity to have egg freezing. And for this facility, she says that 70% of those eggs survive. Well, we are almost coming to the end of our program, and I now want to invite a lady up to the stage who, in my opinion, is nothing short of a living legend. She's probably one of the reasons that you came here. She probably invited you personally, and this lady does not just know about fertility and infertility, but she's lived the journey. You know, she's been in a relationship or so, and suffered challenges regarding infertility, including the stigma, ostracized. Hey, that word has disappeared. Ostracization. Yeah, there, I got it. Okay, that's being kicked out and people looking down on you because you can't get a child, and most of the time people blame the lady and not the man. And she went abroad to seek help from different facilities and medical centers, and she decided that she will not keep this help to herself. She decided that because she was successful in this journey, and she was very successful, she ended up with a very good husband, Karanja, I call him Bossman, and sometimes all things happen for good. Sometimes you face a lot of bad things so that good things can come to you. And one of the good things that came to Cecilia is Mr. Karanja here, who's a good man. Yes. And after many years of not having a child, she's now blessed with 3 bouncing babies. Okay? And they're not babies anymore, they're now a little bigger, right? And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, if you can, I'd like us to give a standing ovation to the chairperson of Fertility-Kenya, Cecilia Karanja.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you so much. Before I start, I want to call upon our directors on stage. Please just come. Fertility-Kenya directors. Ladies and gentlemen, in front of you is a wonderful director. Behind me, they work endlessly to make sure that Fertility-Kenya is there in terms of support, and also we work together to make sure that things happen. So they are normally behind the scene. I'm the face, but they work tirelessly behind the scene. So please help me appreciate them. I think it's important we hear their voices. Yeah? By now I know Benson will fall down. Please just have the honors of introducing yourself.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Karanja, and I'm the husband to this wonderful lady called Cecilia. And good to see you, and thank you.
At least you heard my voice. My name is Anthony Njenga. I'm the treasurer of the board, and I'm excited for this great occasion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Agnes Jero, Board Director, Fertility-Kenya.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Lynette Kageha, Board Director, Coordinator, Fertility-Kenya. I'm excited for you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much for everything. We want to appreciate everyone who made it here. So I'll do a speech. Please allow me to do that. Dr. Heitan Majera, Nairobi County Health Ministry. MOH representative, Ministry of Health representative. Distinguished guests, members of the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is indeed an honor and privilege to welcome you all, those present physically and those who are participating virtually, as we join the rest of the world to inaugurate celebration of Fertility-Kenya awareness campaign on this World Fertility Day. The very first World Fertility Day was launched in November 2nd, 2018 by IVF Bubble, which is in the US, an online support network, magazine, and resource for people who may be finding it hard to conceive. IVF Bubble was founded by Sarah Marshall Page and Tracy, who went through fertility treatment themselves and who coincidentally both ended up having IVF twins. Both Sarah and Tracy felt there was a real lack of support and awareness as they went through their treatment. They set up IVF Bubble to build a trying to conceive community and to try to break the silence and normalize infertility for those who are finding it difficult to have babies. Regionally, South Africa was the first to join the rest of the world, celebrating the important day in November 2nd, 2020. And for the first time in Kenya, we are pleased to be part of the auspicious day under the theme #SupportFertility. Ladies and gentlemen, Fertility-Kenya awareness campaign is very much about creating awareness about fertility issues, a space where people can easily share their stories and journeys to inspire and give hope to others and help them realize that they are not alone in this difficult and often overwhelming journey. This is why we started the day with a peaceful awareness procession from the Central Business District to here at Serena Hotel. Let me appreciate with special gratitude all those who have participated and worked with us this morning to breathe such a badge of honor and light over Nairobi. Your exuberance and generosity is most appreciated and recognized. Thank you for working with us. Fertility-Kenya is a medical and health non-governmental organization registered in 2015 to address the plight of women and men affected by infertility. The organization implements awareness activities that give hope and provide a chance to parenthood to all affected by the condition. Since inception, the NGO has effectively been at the forefront in fighting the stigma and myths associated with infertility, giving hope and future to many. Currently, Fertility-Kenya has a membership of over 3,000 members, registered members, across the country. We strive to enlighten our members and general public on existence of procedures and processes that help couples to deal with infertility. Ladies and gentlemen, from the testimonials we have witnessed about their journey to overcoming infertility, do collectively speak to the fact that as an organization we strive to offer the best of support to our members to ensure that we hear more success stories and reduce the stigma and stereotypes, rejection, and general loss of self-esteem associated with infertility. In line with today's theme, #SupportFertility, and our short-term objectives, we seek to bring more people on board, especially our male counterparts, who statistically have kept quiet about infertility challenges. We are passionate about breaking the code of silence across the countries, tribe, even cultural tradition that struggle our vision of a healthy, fertile country and region. Additionally, we are strategizing on having more workshops, seminars, and other forms of engagement across the country in order to bring services closer to our members. We're also rolling out aggressive campaigns and negotiation with our stakeholders in the insurance sector and employers at large for IVF coverage for their employees. Ladies and gentlemen, in the long term, we hope for vigorous and sustainable national government and county government involvement in the supporting infertility agenda through the passing of pending and development on new legislation and seek to address the underlying factors. As an organization funds allowing, we plan to open many branches as possible in the countries and mashinani to enable us provide real-time and in-person services to all our members. I believe that both legislative and innovative actions will lay the foundation for a vibrant and prosperous society. Ladies and gentlemen, it goes without saying that journey has not been easy through the years that we have been in operation, but through partnership and stakeholders engagement, we have managed to make commendable progress in this regard. I would like to recognize the efforts of some of our partners who are present here today and has been part of our journey. We want to appreciate NHIF, AON, Minet, KCB, TSC, and above all, Ministry of Health, Medihill Group of Hospital, Fertility Point, and all those people who are present today, which has been very supported in our activities and endurances. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to address the various doctors involved in treatment of infertility. We have come across some of patients who, in process of being treated, have lost their uteruses through surgery. We are appealing to the doctors to encourage their patients to store their eggs and freeze them for future fertilization when they desire to have children. As for men, we encourage them to extract their sperms and freeze them for future fertilization. This is important because sometimes one may suffer from terminal ailment or worst case scenario, pass on. Should that happen, they will still get babies through their frozen eggs or embryos. We are here to give hope and encouragement to all persons affected by infertility that there are medical interventions for various medical conditions. Infertility is not a life sentence. Once identified and treated accordingly, one is able to get their children, hence happy family. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have witnessed today, Fertility-Kenya is changing lives by offering a shoulder to lean on across the country. In recognition of the efforts of Her Excellency, the First Lady Margaret Kenyatta, we are aware of how passionate she is about maternal initiative from Beyond Zero campaign to Linda Mama. In line with the fertility challenges facing our dear society, our humble request to MOH is to seek their intervention towards the establishment of a public IVF center to help the region of affected men and women in the country, as well as those across the region for whom infertility is a daily struggle. IVF procedure is very expensive and out of reach for majority of people. This public IVF center will go a long way in giving hope and bring life in our families and communities at large. This will increase the visibility of the hidden struggle and uproot tradition, stereotype that keep many of our people in denial. Thank you all for gracing innovative experience, and God bless you all. So that was my speech, but I would want to add on something. I want to appreciate all of you who made it to come to this event. We are so grateful, and I would want to also encourage those people who are struggling with infertility. We've seen testimonials here of people that we did not imagine, you know, like Beatrice. I remember there's a time they called me to, the one who gave a testimony here, they called me and told me, we are a group of people in Thika, and we want you to come here. We want you to talk to us, because we are struggling with infertility and we don't even know what to do. I took myself there to Thika, and we had a meeting in a restaurant. Sindio, I can see Thika people. Watu wa Thika wako wapi? Nawaona na tulienda tukachukua ka restaurant, nikawabaia nyama. Ilikuwa ni nini? Nikawabaia pork. We ate pork together. We took soda, and there at the restaurant, I managed to talk to them, and we agreed we come to the office, and most of you came, and from that time, unaona Beatrice, tupatana nini this year, sindio? We patana this year, and now she's pregnant with twins. Imagine. So I want to say that I'm here as you, at your service. If you need me, even if you're in Bungoma, you're in Kisumu, you're wherever you are, just call me. I will take that initiative to come where you are. And I've always said, like Beatrice has conceived, we've seen other people, the couple who was here, they have conceived. I've always told them that they become ambassadors where they are. So when you conceive, talk of the good news to other people. And I've seen that with Beatrice. Amekuja, ameanza kwenda kwa TV. She's the next Cecilia. Me, I want to pass on to people so that this stigma can end. So I've seen Beatrice, I've organized people from Thika, they are all here. So basically that is what we want to have, and that is why we are saying #support fertility. In this, what we are saying is that we need people talking about this thing. We need you to talk about it. We don't want you to talk negative about fertility. We want you to educate somebody who's not even aware that there are this treatment. There are so many people who don't even know. You know, like I go to the media, I talk, and I feel like the whole world knows about me. But I'm shocked when I go to the hospital and they tell me, mimi sijaisikia Fertility-Kenya. You know, ama sijaisikia hizi mambo za treatment. Or I go somewhere and everybody is keen, listening to me like it's a new thing they've never had. So what I'm saying is, it is your responsibility. You as a person, not only doctors can create that awareness. You, even if you are not suffering with infertility, please create that good news. Talk to people. Tell people how they can. If you hear somebody struggling with infertility, guide them. Send them to me. Send them to Beatrice. Send them to doctors, because they know where to take them. Sawa. So let us be ambassadors wherever we are. Now, wale waja succeed, tafadhali, we have said every other time, there is a solution. Sawa, there is a solution. We have learned today, there is laparoscopy, there is IVF, there is adoption. So there is no reason why you should stay without a baby. If you're desiring to have a baby, there are all those options. So let us pursue them and let us get these babies. Sawa. So basically, that is what I have to say, and may God bless you.
Thank you, Cecilia Karanja. Thank you, Cecilia Karanja. Thank you for that impassioned conversation. Is the microphone working? Let me come to this one. Thank you, Cecilia Karanja, the chairperson of Fertility-Kenya, for that impassioned rallying call to all of us that let's go out there as ambassadors. Let's talk about fertility. And especially the men. I think the ladies are good ambassadors of causes, but especially as men, let's go out there and pass these good messages, because these are messages of hope that it is possible for you to get a solution. You can get a solution. There is science, there is adoption, there is prayers, there is counseling, there is a solution, and you certainly deserve to get a solution. Our final speaker today, as we wind down our program, we are honored to have a representative from the County Governor's Office. This is the County Government of Nairobi Minister for Health. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the County Government of Nairobi Minister for Health, Dr. Haitan Majevdia. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm here representing the Governor of Nairobi. So it is a speech by the Governor, not mine. But before I read her speech, I have found something very interesting. So it's something I'm going to take home. First one is what Dr. Wanjiru said about fertility. And I think I want to take it up because there is no awareness in Nairobi. So I would like you to, Cecilia, if we can work with Dr. Wanjiru, and I'm ready to mobilize the entire city to create awareness. The second thing which the second thing that I want to take home is what Dr. Mutinda said about adoption. Also, people need to be sensitized. What she said here, even some things I didn't know. I knew a lot about adoption because I've assisted somebody, but imagine even I didn't know some of the things she talked about. So I think we can also do a sensitization, especially with the MCAs, because they are the people on the ground. So let us take it up, and we have funds for this. So we can plan for something maybe in January, because I think it's before they go for campaign. And if they are sensitized, I think it will make a big difference. And like you said, that a lot of babies are being abandoned, they can be adopted if people know that there are ways of doing it officially. There will be no trafficking in Pumwani. Remember the cases of Pumwani? So I think if we work together, we will reduce all this. We might not be able to stop, but I'm sure people will be aware, sensitized, and it will bring a positive impact. I was actually on leave. I started my Diwali today, but I'm also interested in fertility, so I said I will come. So I'm happy that I'm here, and I'm here for the last of about 4 hours. What I've heard, what I came to know, if I can, it will help maybe somebody else, because I'm also a father of twins. But it was a normal, I mean, it was not infertility. So I thank God I didn't go through what others have gone through. So it shows how serious we take fertility. So thank you very much, and this is the governor's speech. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I want to hear the voice. I think people...
Good afternoon.
Umekula vizuri? Yeah, asante. I am delighted this afternoon to be here as we join the rest of the world in celebrating the World Fertility Day. I wish to congratulate Fertility-Kenya and all other organizations who have dedicated themselves to serve our society on this issue of infertility. I also acknowledge the doctors involved in this journey who have walked with the passions and making sure their dreams are fulfilled. Nairobi City County takes health very seriously. It is for this reason that the sector takes a lion's share of the county's annual budget. With 4 hospitals, namely Pumwani, Mamalusi, Mbagati, and Mutuini, other health centers spread across the city to ensure Nairobi residents are accorded best and affordable health care. Just to add on this, we have 142 facilities in Nairobi. On behalf of the Nairobi City County government, we are very grateful to know that the issue of infertility has been embraced in our communities through awareness creation, that the condition is curable, and empowering the families to come out of the trauma by becoming the desired parental status. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all acknowledge that knowledge is power, and through a forum like this, we are empowered with the information that our communities so deserve. My government will evaluate and work very closely with the relevant institutions and experts to create a pool of affordable services available in our medical outlets to the deserving men and women. We must also appreciate that treating infertility is not cheap. It's not a cheap affair, and this surgical procedure and medical treatments which are very costly. It is for this reason that we must get together as the leaders in our communities to discuss how to support this worthy cause. As we gather here today, we look forward to discussing the infertility matters openly, the trauma and stigma that comes with it, and start realizing that the families and individuals affected can get the necessary medical interventions. Passing of judgments to these families shall remain a thing of the past and eventually bring joy of having happy families and individuals. Let us also do away with the myths and misconceptions that the infertility weighs heavier on the side of women rather than the men. It is worth noting that it is high time our people are made to understand that infertility is not a taboo, but a health condition. However, I strongly believe that people struggling with infertility would suffer in silence if the matter is discussed publicly as we do here today. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I wish you all a very fruitful and educative afternoon, and urge all our leaders both at county and national levels to pay extra attention to the plight of communities affected to offer them much needed support. Thank you again for this opportunity, and may God bless you all. Her Excellency Anne Mwenda.
Thank you, Dr. Majerdia, for delivering the governor's speech and for also opening your office to opportunities for partnership with Fertility-Kenya and other agencies and organizations involved here. As we come to the conclusion of our program, we have a couple of tokens of appreciation to some representatives that have supported Fertility-Kenya today and over the years. So I'm going to ask representatives from the Fertility-Kenya board to come and present some of these tokens. So I'll call our representative from the board. They will present some tokens, and I'll call the next representative, and we'll do that until we're done. We don't have so many appreciation tokens, but we're going to go through the ones we have. So first off, I want to invite Madam Chair, Cecilia Karanja. Please join me on stage. Thank you. And Cecilia, then I will also invite the different organizations to come, maybe have a representative that is here come to the stage to receive this token of appreciation. It's completely impossible to thank you and to thank all of you, but this is just a token to say asante sana. And the first one goes to Nairobi County government, and we want to invite back Dr. Majevdia. Please come and receive a token of appreciation to Nairobi County government for your support of this noble cause. Makofi tafadhali. Yes. Thank you, Waziri, Daktari Waziri from Nairobi County Government. Next, I want to invite a representative from Kenya Commercial Bank, KCB. KCB, karibuni. Let's appreciate KCB. That is Eunice from KCB. Oh. Okay, oh, yes. Thank you, that's Madam Eunice from KCB. Asante, thank you very much, KCB. Pass our regards to the rest of the team at KCB. Next, I want to invite a representative from Medihill Group of Hospitals. Medihill Group of Hospitals, karibuni. Do you still have someone from Medihill? Medihill? Oh, fantastic, welcome. Medihill were also our sponsors today. Thank you, sir. Karibu. Let's appreciate Medihill. Thank you, Medihill. I'll ask Madam Chairperson to please be seated, and I'll invite Lynette Kageha. Lynette Kageha from Fertility-Kenya, please join me on stage for the next presentations. I don't know if all of these representatives are here, but we're going to award or at least submit this. NHIF, National Hospital Insurance Fund. Any representative from NHIF? Oh, good. Let's appreciate NHIF. Asanteni sana. You will receive our token of appreciation. Yes, it is coming. It is being unraveled. Once again, help me appreciate NHIF. Asanteni sana, please pass our regards to NHIF. Next, I want to invite a representative from Fertility Point. Fertility Point. Do you have a representative from Fertility Point still here with us? Okay, there's a gentleman. Asante sana, Fertility Point. Let's appreciate Fertility Point. That is Fertility Point. Asante sana, please pass our regards to the rest of the team. Next, I want to invite Endometriosis Foundation of Kenya. Endometriosis Foundation of Kenya. Do we have a representative who's still here? Endometriosis. Endometriosis. Okay, seeing none, we are going to make sure that this token gets to your office. Savannah Healthcare Services. Yes, asante sana, Daktari. Thank you very much, Doc. Savannah Healthcare Services. Thank you, sir. Let's appreciate Savannah Healthcare Services. Yes. Nasema utoe mask ndio ionekane kwa picha. Okay, good. Asante. Aga Khan University Hospital. Aga Khan University Hospital. Thank you. We will get that gift to Aga Khan University Hospital. New Life Home Trust. Welcome, Daktari. Let's appreciate New Life Home Trust. Asante sana, that's Dr. Mutinda from New Life Home Trust. Let's have a bigger applause for New Life Home Trust. Asante, Daktari. Okay, I will relieve Lynette Kageha. Thank you, Lynette. I want to indulge Anthony Njenga. Anthony, where did Anthony go? He was right here. Okay. So, Lynette, I'll ask you, since you're not so far, come and stand in for Anthony. Yeah, you probably want to take a call. Do you have footsteps for fertility? Oh, okay. Yes, Daktari, please join. Thank you, Lynette. Footsteps to fertility. Wapi makofi tafadhali. Okay. Yes, we brought you very far. We should have put steps on the other side. But this is good so that we see you in all your glory. Little Angels Network. Little Angels Network. Do you have a... Oh, there you are. Let's appreciate Little Angels Network. Asante sana. Okay, from Little Angels Network, let's appreciate her once more. Thank you, Little Angels Network. Connecting children with families. Fantastic. Is Myra IVF Clinic still here? Myra, do you have a representative? I saw Doc here. Okay. There's a gentleman from Myra IVF Clinic. Wapi makofi ya Myra IVF Clinic. Makofi tena. Asante sana. Thank you, Myra. Do we have our representatives from COGS, Kenya Obstetrical and Gynecological Society? COGS, Kenya Obstetrical and Gynecological Society. Okay, we will make sure that we deliver their token of appreciation. We have still some more. Kenyans for Kenyans Peace Initiative Adoption Society, KKPI. KKPI. All right, thank you, KKPI. We will also have that delivered to your office. And finally, before I release Lynette, Assisted Reproductive Center. Assisted Reproductive Center. Okay, we will also ensure that is delivered. Lynette, now I promise you I won't call you back, apart from when you're delivering the vote of thanks. Okay, I want to ask for the company of Madam Agnes Njeru. Agnes Njeru, please join me to deliver the remaining ones. After this, we'll have the vote of thanks. Then we'll have a moment there for some refreshments and networking. So Agnes joins me on stage. All right, so moving on to yet more appreciations and recognitions. Aeon Minette, do you have a representative here? Aeon Minette. Okay, thank you, Aeon Minette. In absentia, Teacher Service Commission. Teacher Service Commission. Okay, we have a representative. Let's appreciate Teachers Service Commission, TSC. DJ, you should have been putting some nice music. You know, people can fall walking across here because all the attention is on them. Wapi makofi ya TSC? Thank you very much. Oh, there's quite some interesting partners here. Kenya Police Services. Kenya Police Services. You know, I'm just curious to know what the police is helping us with in this fertility conversation. Oh, they actually helped us in the work, you know. They support us.
They have negotiated on behalf of their employee for the cover.
Oh, wow. Kenya Police and KCB. Wow, wow, that's amazing. You know, the Kenya Police is known for a lot of things. Fertility is not one of them. You want to pick on their behalf? Yes, please come and pick on their behalf, sir. Yes, this is important. So please tell the Kenya Police that we appreciate the efforts that they're putting in this conversation regarding fertility. Yeah, Kenya Police, yeah, this one we need to take on photos. Yeah. Let's appreciate Kenya Police Service. Thank you, Anthony. Yes, please ensure that reaches Kenya Police. Yes. Nairobi Metropolitan Services. Nairobi Metropolitan Services. Okay, we will deliver that as well to Nairobi Metropolitan Services. Kenya Power and Lighting Company. Kenya Power and Lighting Company. Am I the only one who has the temptation to say Kenya Power and Lightning? Okay, so we appreciate Kenya Power and Lighting. 2 more to go. CIC Insurance Group Limited, CIC. Asanteni sana. We will ensure this is delivered to your office. And finally, Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA. We will, oh, we have a representative from KRA. Wapi makofi ya KRA? Tulipe ushuru tujitegemee. Okay, KRA. Thank you very much. Please pass our regards to the Commissioner. Wapi makofi ya KRA? And there's 2 more that just came in here. So there's Change Trust. Change Trust, are you here? Change Trust. Okay. Change Trust left. And Mr. and Mrs. Mutua. Mr. and Mrs. Mutua. Yes. Mr. and Mrs. Mutua, asanteni sana. Oh, really? Wow, I'm made to understand that she's one of the oldest members of Fertility Kenya, and she actually went through one of the procedure, IVF, and succeeded with twins. Wow. Yes. Please. Pass our regards to the twins. Thank you, Mrs. Mutua. Yes. Wow. Let me. Okay. Asante sana, Mrs. Mutua. Pass our regards to the twins. Fun fact, I am also a twin. I have a twin sister. Yes. And thank you, Agnes. Okay, every good thing has a beginning and an end. We are landing this plane that has flown at high altitudes. We've learned so much regarding fertility. We've learned that it affects everybody, whether you're a man or a woman, whether you're young or old, and all of us have a collective responsibility in spreading positive messages in this space so that we don't stigmatize our friends, our brothers, and our sisters, and also so that we go and tell the rest of the society that there is hope, there's a solution, and there's a shoulder to lean on. Finally, I want to invite back, I really have invited a lot, Lynette from the board, but Lynette, who's also the board secretary, is going to deliver the vote of thanks. Lynette Kageha, please come and deliver the vote of thanks. After this, we are going to have some refreshments and a moment of networking just before you dash to your various places of residence. Help me welcome Lynette as she comes back to the stage to deliver the vote of thanks.
Once again, I invited guests, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I want to take this opportunity to thank you very much. This has been a great interactive event that we can all attest to, having been through it. I want to take this opportunity to thank our Nairobi County Acting Governor, Madam Anne Kananu Mwendwa, for having taken the time to send us Dr. Hitan, the CEC for Nairobi, Ministry of Health. We are very appreciative for standing with us and supporting us. I also want to say thank you to the Ministry of Health, because this is our parent ministry, and we have stood with them. They've given us advices all through, and we want to thank you very much. I take this opportunity to thank KCB Group, our title sponsors and partners in this event. You indeed came in through for us this day. We look forward to continue working with you on matters health. Thank you very much. Medihill Group of Hospitals, led by Dr. Kadwala, we appreciate you as one of our title sponsors for this event. You have stood with Fertility-Kenya, supported our members who have had successful IVF conceptions and deliveries, live testimonials. Thank you so much, Daktari. We appreciate you for the noble works you have been doing for us. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our great partners, Savannah Health Services, under the leadership of Dr. Morage. Thank you so much. Teachers Service Commission, through our representative, our officer, Darlene Mohonja. Thank you very much for standing with us, one of our partners. I also want to thank Kenya Revenue Authority for having sent one of their representatives to be amidst us to see what is happening and understand, and also continue campaigning and creating awareness in their offices through their websites and other avenues. Thank you very much, Kenya Revenue Authority. I want to take this opportunity to thank Fertility Point, Dr. Koundri, for partnering with us. We appreciate you very much. Your support is immense. Footsteps to Fertility-Kenya, Dr. Wanjiru, we greatly appreciate your presence. You have been of great guidance to Fertility-Kenya as an organization. Thank you very much, and we appreciate you so much. New Life Home Trust, under the leadership of Dr. Janet, thank you so much. We recognize the role you have been playing in assisting those with challenges of fertility, realize their dreams through facilitation of adoption, enlightening people and making it easy for them. Thank you so much for placing these children in their homes. They deserve to have a home. This event, definitely, this day would not have been as successful as it has come to realization had it not been for our Fertility Kenya chairperson, Cecilia Karanja. Thank you so much. The board directors, Anthony, together with Agnes, and together with Mr. Karanja, we say thank you for your support. The sleepless nights of our secretariat staff, I want to salute Michelle and Peter. You have had a difficult time, but we appreciate Michelle and Peter. Thank you so much. You've made this day a success. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to thank the lady who gave her testimonial, that is Beatrice. It is not easy. Your courage is admirable. You have given hope to many other people watching us from all parts of this nation and the world. By viewing your testimony, it gives hope to many. Thank you very much, Beatrice, for your courage. The couple that had been here, Mr. and Mrs. Grace, we appreciate also for having come to stand with us to show the world that true infertility is not a challenge, but it can be conquered, and there is hope for all those suffering from this. Invited guests, gentlemen, ladies, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate your presence. It cannot be taken for granted. You have graced this occasion and made it as successful as it is. Thank you so much for attending and being here with us in this audience. I also want to remember and thank Serena Hotel Management. Thank you very much. You've given us a good facility. It is beautiful, and the great ambience of this place. We have enjoyed our stay. We have had everything that we desired. Least but not least, I want to thank the planning team, Beyond Communication, led by the very able lady, Jen Pepeno. Thank you very, very much. We recognize your tireless efforts and your input in organizing this event. The audio-visual team in charge of sound and live streaming, you have done a wonderful job. Thank you very much. Lastly, I want to say thank you very much to Blaze Entertainment, Eric Muridi, the MC. You have done a remarkable job. Thank you so, so much. Until we meet again next year, same time, God bless Fertility Kenya and God bless Kenya. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Madam Lynette. God bless Fertility Kenya and God bless each and every one of you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's home time, but there's some good news. There's five prizes that have been donated by various partners, and we want to ensure that these prizes go to somebody who's deserving. We have a 10% discount for an IVF procedure. There's a free consultation worth 3,000. It says, if infertile, free laparoscopy procedure to one needy patient. Then there's 2 free gynecological medical examinations worth 10,000. And finally, 1 free IVF procedure. This has been sponsored by Fertility Kenya, Dr. Ashira Morage, Dr. Sarita of Myra IVF Clinic. So this is what we will do. First, there's coffee and tea after I finish with this. But if you're here and any of these opportunities appeals to you, so we'd like you to stand and come. Michelle is here. You will be where? Outside. Okay, you'll go around. Okay, so you raise your hand. Michelle will write your name. Michelle will write your name on a raffle ticket. And in the next 5 minutes, we're going to cast a raffle, and you just might be lucky. You might get one of these 5 opportunities to get treatment, either free or at subsidized rates. But if this is your moment to say goodbye, this is also a good opportunity. Please don't be in a hurry. You have tea and coffee and maybe a few refreshments. Enjoy those refreshments. Let's hang out. Let's meet some of our experts, specialists, and consultants. Asanteni sana. God bless you. Have a good evening, and goodbye for now. So if you need these opportunities, raise your hand, and Michelle will come around taking your name. Yeah, just raise your hand, and we'll have a raffle in the next few minutes. Yeah, it will be a lucky raffle, a lucky dip. So, but we'll take your name nonetheless. Anthony from the board. Umeshikilia tikiti? Si sasa tutakuja kupika kutoka hapa. So, yes. Give me a mic for Anthony.
Check 1, 2.
All right, we are picking. Kuna hizo ni zenu. Kuna piece yako iko hapa.
All right. Okay. So, Lynette, why don't you come and pick from the head, so that they see it's transparent. No, just stand on top.
Let me help you.
Good stuff. All right.
Haya ndio hiyo tikiti inaenda kuchukuliwa, and the lucky winner is ticket number.
Lucky winner is ticket number 004.
Ticket number 004.
Going once, going twice.
So, okay. What did your ticket say? What did you want? Oh, IVF! Yeah. Okay, please come and note this. Not this, and I don't know how you check it. Let me check it off the list. So, your name is?
Agnes.
Grace Jerry!
Hey, clap for her. Let's clap for her. Thank you very much.
So, our one free IVF is gone, but we have 5 more.
She takes a photo with the chairperson, Cecilia.
Where is Cecilia?
Cecilia, kindly hand her the gift.
We have one free IVF.
The IVF, the person who's got IVF.
Congratulations. Ticket number 103. 103. Full body check. Full body checkup.
Fertility checkup.
What are the traits? This one?
Full fertility checkup.
Medical company, gynecological.
Your fertility checkup. Kama ni checkup, medical.
Okay, so Junior Wamboi gets another free gynecological medical examination worth 10,000. So please come and see the contact over there, and Michelle will take the details. We have 4 more. We have 3 more. There is a laparoscopy, there is a consultation, and a 10% discount on IVF. To the left, Madam Agnes. All right, take a look at your tickets. Yes, my tickets. And please come. Serena is 008. 008. Are you there? Going once. Going once. Okay, so laparoscopy procedure, free laparoscopy procedure. Agnes Wamboi, free laparoscopy procedure from Dr. Serena. Please come here with the details. Okay, there's just 2 more. 2 more to go. Okay, moving on. Madam Chair, Cecilia, please come and help us speak. We have a lucky winner. And the lucky winner number is?
The lucky winner number is 001.
001. A free consultation worth 3,000 shillings. Free consultation worth 3,000 shillings. Well, congratulations, Purity. Please see this lady come here and Michelle will take the details. Anthony, don't get tired. We have a final one. This is a 10% discount on an IVF procedure. The final one. Madam Chair, 10% discount on the very expensive IVF procedure. And the final lucky ticket is ticket number 104. 104. 104. 104. Okay, please come. Alice from you. Congratulations, Alice. You win 10% discount for an IVF procedure. Well, please show your details are taken by Michelle. Thank our event today, I think we can all rise to our feet and share the word of grace. Can we do that? Yes. Let's rise to our feet and share the words of grace. And now, the grace
of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of